Yeah. That's perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect.
Hey Sarah.
Hi, how are you, Robin?
Good. How you doing?
Good. I'm just trying to make sure that we have everything up on
Good.
on YouTube, but I think we're in webinar, so we're getting recorded right now.
Okay.
So let's chat or go on the cell phone so I can just mute this audio.
Got it.
And
You just disconnected me.
What is her name? Hello.
Tim.
Let's just do a quick audio check. Are you guys hearing me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I hear you.
Thank you.
You gotta let everybody.
Hey, Tim,
Are you all muted?
hey, Tim. Tim, we need to let you know that Ananya Kumar is going first. He's not on here. And
So one kind of speaks at a time. I have that happen a lot.
I'm typing it into Tim, but we'll see if hopefully he'll see that.
All I did, Lynn, I just copy and paste to a word, it's just their names. Just their names is all we need, yeah. Thank you.
I don't see any of the
Okay, we're going to get started soon, and we just need to get our first athlete, Ananya, promoted as a panelist so we can spotlight her. Okay. Excellent. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome everyone to our first qualifier of the new season, the 2025-2026 season. I'd like to thank everybody for everything that they did to help make this possible. So we have the judges who work so hard to stay on top of all the technical changes and rules. We have the organizers of this event, everyone at USA Yoga, of course, the athletes for all the hard work they do and the wonderful routines they're about to show us, their coaches, and their family that support them, especially because we'll be starting with the kids in a little while, and we know the parents do a lot to keep the kids supported. But before we get to the kids, we do have one adult athlete that will be kicking us off this first competition of the year. And she is in the 18 to 30 women's 18 to 34 group, and that is Ananya Kumar. So let's get started. We'll be talking a lot more about the rules and what we're seeing today and other events and programming for this season between the athletes. But let's go ahead and spotlight Ananya, and we will get started. So we need to stop sharing the PowerPoint and then we could spotlight Ananya. Great. Okay. Looks good, Ananya. Go ahead and give us a bow and you may begin. Okay, thank you, Ananya. Great routine. So good way to get us kicked off here. We will be switching to the kids shortly. The way this is going to flow is after the athlete performs, the judges will need a little time to put in their scores, tabulate, make sure everything is correct. At some point in the program today, we may be able to put those scores up on screen, but we are working on that. So we will let you know if and when that can happen. But either way, we need to give the judges a little bit of time between the athletes. So that's when you get to hear me talk about things that are going on and some of the wonderful postures that we're seeing. And then the judges will let me know when they're ready, and we'll go on to the next athlete. The girls group 9 to 11 will be up first, and then we'll go to girls 12 to 14. And our first athlete in the girls 9 to 11 group, only athlete in that group, is Aradhya Thakur. So she should be getting ready, and we should be promoting her to panelists if we haven't already. So we'll be telling you about some things going on over the course of today. And right here we can see that we will be having a 50-50 raffle. So you can buy different amounts of tokens. You see the prices right there. And the drawing will be at Nationals. And you do not have to be there to win, but it's more fun if you are. And I think last year somebody won, I want to say it was around $800. So it got up there. So this helps. It's fun and it helps support USA Yoga. So judges, let me know when you're ready for the next athlete. But one thing I'll mention while we're waiting is that, and a lot of us are familiar with this, but some people are a little bit new to it. So I will remind everyone that we are going to see from each athlete 6 postures in, for the most part, 6 different categories. We used to see some people double up on a category, but a rule change going into 2025 season really made that very costly. So we're going to see a back bend, a forward compression, a lift, a inversion, traction, and spine twist are your categories. So I don't think we have our next athlete yet. Let me look. And so athletes, if your name is not on the Zoom, then we will need to know who you are. You'll need to either put your name on it because we have to be able to find you, or you'll need to speak up and raise your hand so that our spotlighter can find you and bring you forward. So judges, are we ready for the next athlete once we can get her spotlighted? And that will be Aradhya Thakur. Okay, we're not ready for her yet, but we'll keep looking for her. So in the meantime, I will talk a little bit more about Ananya's routine. For example, her forward compression posture was a rabbit. We will probably see a lot of rabbits today. One reason is that there are not many forward compressions to choose from. And rabbit's also a posture that a lot of us learn in our yoga practice. So we do see a lot of rabbits. Hers was very good. One thing I noticed was that her shins were very flush to the ground. You don't want to see any space underneath there. And that was very good. Of course, the other thing you want to see is that nice arch in the back. It's a compression. So you really need to be pulling up and in. And she did a good job with that as well. And then getting the thighs perpendicular to the ground is also very important. We'll talk about a lot of the other postures too as we have time. Okay, I think we have the next athlete ready to go. I'm just going to wait until I get word from the judges that they are ready.
You are the next one. Are you ready or do you want some time?
And I believe this is Aradia next. Is that right? Because it doesn't look like the name is right on the Zoom window. We're looking for Aradia Thakur, girls 9 to 11. So, Aradia, can you raise your hand or come off of mute and let us know where you are? Okay, we may not have her. Okay, so the judges are ready. Our first athlete from girls 9 to 11 is Aradia Thakur, but I don't know if we have her in the Zoom. So we might have to go to our second athlete if that's the case. All right, let's go back to the athlete we were spotlighting. Could have just been the wrong name. So if you could turn your camera back on. So the person we're spotlighting right now is with the big U. Can you just turn your camera on and come off of mute? Can you come off of mute as well? Okay. Who is this athlete we're looking at?
We are Ariana Vanaparty, and she's in 12 to 14 category.
Oh, okay. All right. So we're not ready for her. She's going to be coming up in a couple of athletes, so probably about 10 minutes. We
Okay.
are looking for Aradia Thakur, and I don't think she is in. Similar name, but this is not that person. So, with that being the case, we do want to go to the next athlete, and that would be Rakita Pasayat. Let's go ahead and spotlight her. Rakita. So I see her in the attendee list. I can do it. Promote to panelists. Okay, great. You need to turn on your video, Rakita. And we need to spotlight her. Okay, we are good. So go ahead and give us a bow when you're ready.
I have a pose change for standing head to knee to splits forward bending.
Okay, judges, what are we doing about a posture change? Okay, great. All right, so go ahead and give us a bow. And you may begin.
So it's four tendons.
Okay, thank you, Ritika. Now, I have on my roster Rakita, and it says in the window Ritika, so I don't know which one's right. What's your name?
Ritika, Ritika.
Got it, got it. Okay. So sorry that I said your name wrong before, but that was a great job. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to give the judges a little time to work on her scores. And in that routine, as a traction, we saw a posture called side angle. And we don't see that a whole lot. I had mentioned after the first athlete that sometimes some of these postures are pretty common. And like the rabbit was the example. In the traction category, the side angle that Ritika just did is not that common. And it's a very difficult posture. And that looked really nice. All these postures are on a scale between 5 and 10. So 10 would be the most difficult postures, 5 would be the easier postures, and that comes in at a 7, that posture she just showed us. Very well done. We also saw some use of lotus on a few of the postures for these first two athletes. So the first athlete showed us a headstand lotus as her inversion, and then a peacock lotus as her lift. And then I have to keep checking the name. Ratika just showed us a shoulder stand lotus. And not all the time, but on many postures, when you add a lotus to the position, then that adds a degree of difficulty to it. So shoulder stand is a 5-point posture. We just saw shoulder stand lotus. That makes it a 6-point posture. Not so with peacock though. Peacock is a little different unless you fold into lotus when you're already in peacock. Okay, so that the last athlete came in at 2 minutes and 48 seconds. I'll also announce that as I get the times from the judges. The reason that's important is it has to be under 3 minutes, and it was. Okay, so we are going to go to our next athlete, and this will be our last athlete in the girls 12 to 14 group. It's the person we had spotlighted before, so we know she's out there, and that would be our Ariana Vanaparti. So let's find her.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Okay, we are ready for, let's go back to Aranya. We have to spotlight Aranya.
Ariane.
Ariana. Oh, sorry. Okay, looks like we're ready. Keep snapping back to me. All right, we are ready. So go ahead and give us a bow, and you may begin. Okay, great job, Ariana. Thank you. So that came in at 2 minutes and 25 seconds. So she still had a good amount of time on the clock. Very efficient routine, I'll say. Her connections were really good, and that went really smoothly. So I have to talk about her last posture. So that is called goodbye in the traction category, where she put her leg behind her head and then stood up. Tremendous amount of balance there. It's a very risky posture, but it is rewarded very well. It's a 9-point posture and can be fairly difficult to put up a good score on goodbye, just because it is such a tricky posture, and you have to have such flexibility to be able to stand up perfectly straight with that leg back behind your head. But 9-point posture, when you do see a good score on that, that's what really gets the athlete a lot of points. So very nice. I had been mentioning how we're seeing some different postures from athletes. So the compression that she did was called full lifting tortoise. That's the most difficult compression you can do. It's an 8 out of 10 on the difficulty scale. So we did see some hard postures from her. But everyone so far has done as their back bend, the half moon back bend. So that's an example of a posture we do see quite a lot of. So that's a 7-point posture, and we'll see variation in the scores depending on how perfectly aligned they are, the depth of the posture, the control, and for all the postures, those things are the important things to look for, that are the difference between getting like a really good score, maybe in the eights, versus maybe a lower score in the 5 or 6 area. Okay, we're just going to wait until the judges are ready for the next athlete, and unless the other athlete that we skipped in the girls 9 to 11 has made it to the Zoom, and that was Aradhya Thakur. If she is here, she should make herself known. Otherwise, we are going to keep moving forward, and the next group will be boys 15 to 17. And Satvik Rachagani is the only person in that group, so we should be looking for him and getting ready to spotlight him. And the judges are ready, so let's find Satvik.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can, yeah. Oh, there you are. Great. Okay, Satvik, we're ready for you, so give us a bow. And you may begin. Okay, nice job, Satvik. Thank you for that. So we did find Aradhya, and we'll be going to her next. So we should be looking for her, promoting her, and getting ready to spotlight her. We do have to wait for the judges to be ready, though, and just letting the judges know as well. We're going back to that first athlete in girls 9 to 11. Her name is Aradhya. They just made themselves known during that last competitor. So Satvik did a really nice job there. We saw a pose we haven't seen yet called Archer, which is an attraction category when he pulled his foot way back like that. Did a nice job with that. He did a peacock. So we saw a couple peacock lotuses. It's a little bit of an exception where I was saying before lotus can add value, does add value to a lot of postures. For peacock, if you go in straight, fold, and then come out, that does add value. But if you are doing a straight-legged peacock, that's actually worth more than a peacock lotus when you just go directly into peacock lotus. So he is going to get that will be a 7-point posture. He showed a lot of strength there. He'll want to work on getting that a little more level over time. But the strength and the control was really good. I also meant to mention after Ratika went a couple of athletes ago, she did 8 angle as her lift and a lot of control, and she held it for a really, really long time, which is nice to see on the lifts. You don't want to see the struggle. The whole point is that you can do the posture well and you're strong enough and you have full control over the posture. So both of those athletes demonstrated really nice lifts. Okay, so if I didn't say it already, Satvik came in at 246, which is using the clock well. Um, Aradhya is under the name Radhika, same last name, Thakur. So that's the person we're looking for.
मेरा नाम राधिका ठाकुर है।
Okay, okay.
Okay, we see you got to turn your video on.
How can we turn on our video?
There should be a button probably at the bottom next to where you unmuted yourself that allows you to turn on your video. And the judges are ready, so we just need you to figure that out, and then we will go to you.
It's not letting us turn on the video.
I think you need to accept the panelist post.
You need to,
Yeah, we're promoting you as panelists, so first accept that, and then
and the
it'll
list
allow
करना
you.
था
Okay.
मैसेज
Can you please okay. Can you please send me the message again?
Okay, they've got their camera on. Let's go ahead and spotlight them. Okay, and this is Aradhya Thakur, and give us a bow when you're ready. Okay, and whoever's moving the camera, you have to stop doing that. All right, it's got to just stay there now. That's perfect. All right. Well, actually, could you go up a little bit? Like if she raises her arms, we might not see them. So just go up a little bit. All right, that's good. Stay there. Stay there. And no more movement. Okay, you may begin. Okay, thank you, Aradia. Great job. So before I talk a little bit about her routine, just to mention who's coming up next, we only have two more competitors in the youth categories, and that's the girls 15 to 17. It'd be Mrethi and Shreya. So we should be looking for them, getting them promoted as panelists and getting ready to go. And then we'll start moving into the adults, even the senior adults. So we almost always start with the kids, and then we go all the way to the oldest group, and then we work our way back down to the 18-year-olds. That's just become the tradition of the flow that we go through. All right, so Araya had a lot of flexibility shown in her routine, which is you always want to play up to your strengths, and she is a very flexible person. So we saw a full camel. A lot of us know about camel from our practice. You can't just do the regular camel that you do in class, where your hands are, on your heels and you're just bending over backwards. That's not one of the postures that we compete with. You have to be able to do full camel, which not a lot of people can do, but she showed us a very nice full camel, and that is a 7-point posture. So we're gonna wait a couple moments as we get ready for the judges. Let's go ahead and if we want to share the slideshow again. Yeah, if you want to maximize that, there you go. All right, so let's stay there, and I'm going to talk about the upcoming qualifiers. This is the first one kicking off the season, and this is obviously a virtual qualifier, but we have a few in-person qualifiers. If you can go back to the slide when you get a second. So the first in-person one, very good. The first in-person one is in San Jose in March. And then we actually have an extra one that we added to the schedule, which will be in Frisco, Texas in April. Then we will be in Indianapolis April 18th. And that one will also have a virtual component. So it'll be a hybrid like we did. There was a California one last season where we had I think about 20 people in person. And then we switched to video and we did about another 20 people over the Zoom virtually. And we have people, and we'll be mentioning them later, but I'll mention now that Indianapolis, our host will be Marcia Hetrick, who is our current world and national champion. So she is helping us out a lot to get that event off the ground. And then our final live event of the season will be in Portsmouth, New Hampshire on Saturday, May 23rd. It will be the same place where we had our May competition this past year in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. We thought it was a good venue. We had a lot of people there. We were able to get the venue again. And Sarah, Janeri, and I are the organizers. We're both local to that area. So that's part of what went into it. But we did get a lot of good feedback that people liked coming to Portsmouth. I do want to point out that May 23rd is Memorial Day weekend. So consider that as you make your plans. We think having that extra Monday off for people will just make it a nice longer weekend. We can do some programming, workshops, and stuff like that on the Sunday as well. People don't have to run out of there Saturday night or Sunday morning. A lot of people won't have to. So we're going to make a nice yoga weekend out of that. Plus, it gets nicer up there by the end of May. Trust me. So maybe we'll get some really nice weather for you all to enjoy to go see the beach. We're right on the border of Maine, some beautiful beaches there. So it'll be a great time. All right. Are the judges ready? Let's see. And we are going to be going to Mrethi Magesh next. So let's make sure we have her ready. I'm just waiting to get word from the judges. When I do, we will go ahead and spotlight Mrethi. Yep, Murthy, we see you there. So you're good. You're spotlighted. Okay, it is going to be another moment, just because they're still working on the scores for the last athlete. So you just, sit tight. We see you, and your mat set up well, so we're ready to go when they're ready for you. Let me just finish talking a little bit about the qualifiers. We do realize that we're going a little late in the season to go with the end of May. Usually it wraps up by late April or the very beginning of May. But we do want anyone that's wondering, like, oh, that doesn't give me a lot of time to go and get ready for my book my flight and book my travel for nationals. We want to point out that if you want to go to nationals, as long as you do a qualifier, you can go to nationals. So if that's your plan to go to nationals, which we'll talk more about where that is and when that is soon, then you should go ahead and start booking your travel now as long as you do a qualifier. So you don't have to wait to see your results from Portsmouth, New Hampshire at the end of May. If that's the qualifier you choose, you can go to nationals. But one thing we will be doing this year is your qualifying score will determine the order in which you compete at nationals. In the past, we've done alphabetical by first name or last name or reverse alphabetical. Last year, we did it by state. This year, we're going to, just to make your scores from the qualifying competitions mean a little bit more, we are going to have that determine your order, which is very common in other sports too. I don't know if anyone else is watching the U.S. Nationals figure skating right now, which is determining the Olympic team. That's how they do it there too. So you see, part of it is you see the headliners at the end, but it's just a way to organize and give some people like to go more towards the end, so you're kind of earning that placement by how you compete and perform during these qualifiers. All right, as soon as the judges give us word, we are going to get our last group of youth athletes ready to go. So here's another reminder about that raffle. And you see the QR code there if you want to go ahead and get in on that. So since the judges need a little more time, let me just talk about some of the other rules that we'll be seeing come into play as we go through all the athletes today. So timing is very important. Each of the postures that you see has to be held for 5 seconds in stillness. And if it's less than 5 seconds, if it's 4 seconds, between 4 and 5 seconds, there's a minus zero point 0.5 off of their execution score. And if it's between 3 seconds and 4 seconds, then it's a minus one off of the execution score. And if it's less than 3 seconds, then they will get a zero for that posture. So sometimes these are the things that the judges need to review and make sure they get it exactly right. I'm not saying that's happening right now, but that could be part of the reason that we see a longer break between some athletes because the judges are really trying to check that time. Now, going longer than 5 seconds is a good thing because when you count to five in your head, that's probably not going to really be a 5 seconds. So when I'm competing, I go to about 10 and then I figure I for sure have a good 5 seconds if I counted slowly to 10. It's also something you have to practice. When you are running your routine, you should be videotaping it many of those times and then watching yourself or having your coach or one of your fellow athletes, your parent, actually looking at the video and with you and making sure everything is well over 5 seconds. Like don't take a chance. Don't put it right at like just at 5 seconds because you have to get to that position and be still when they start the clock. So timing is super important. There's also an overall time of 3 minutes that I mentioned a little while ago, and you have to stay under 3 minutes. So you have 3 minutes to do six postures. If you run out of time, you are at risk of that last posture or last two postures if you really run out of time, not counting or at least losing some of your score on those final postures, depending on where you were, if you were into the posture and when you reach the 3 minute point on the clock. So very important to be mindful of timing, to be very practiced and trained as far as the overall clock and the separate posture timing as well, those 5 seconds for each posture, because that's not a place you want to lose points on because it is preventable in many cases. Now, there are times when, especially like on a balanced posture, that you want to stay in longer, let's say standing bow, which by the way, we haven't seen yet. We usually see a lot of those, so I'm sure we have some coming up. But in a standing bow posture, you might be losing your balance and you end up stepping out of it. And if you step out of it and you weren't at the 5 seconds, but you were at 3 seconds or 4 seconds, that's where those timing deductions come in. And that's not so much a problem of you counting in your head, it's just that you had to come out. Or a lift is another example. We saw some really good lifts today. People looked like they could have stayed in them for forever. The some I think it was Ratika that did an 8 angle and she might have been in it for 25 seconds. It seemed like a very long time. But sometimes in a lift, there's a bit of a struggle there, and people have to come out of the lift even though they did not want to. So that's where you might see a timing deduction come in as well. Okay, can I get word from the judges how we're doing and if we think we'll be ready for Marathi soon? Okay, they are ready. So let's go ahead and spotlight Marathi. All right, and you give us a bow and you may begin. Okay, thank you, Marathi, and thanks for your patience. It was worth the wait. That was very nice. So she just showed us a very well controlled, very well put together routine. Everything was smooth. Her connections were really nice. Everything seemed to be held, I think, really well as well. Um, Peacock Lotus, I especially liked. I liked the position. Maybe the stillness could have been a little bit better at the end there, but I really liked how level her body was in her what's called the judgeable position. Shoulder stand was also a nice position as well, very, very straight up and down. And with shoulder stand, she didn't do the lotus. And you have to ask yourself, is it worth adding the lotus? Like sometimes people go for the harder skill, like adding the lotus, and they actually detract from the value of their posture because they can't hold it as well as if they just did the shoulder stand like she did. So we are, before we go to the next athlete, though, I do want to thank the judges, and here they are. So we have Lynn, Aaron, Rendier, Jalinda, Judy, and Cynthia. The judges do so much work to make this all happen, not only during the competitions, but also between the competitions, just make sure they are up to speed on all the rules and all the nuance. But you have to practice this. You have to practice judging. We also even have some shadow judges out there because it's not just something like I know a lot of stuff about this, but I couldn't be a judge tomorrow by just sitting down and doing this. You know, I like to judge people and say what I think. But it takes a lot of work to really do it at the level they're doing. So thank you to the judges. But they are ready for the next athlete, and this will be our last person in the youth categories, and it is Shreya Narayana. I'm really sorry about that. Let's find Shreya and spotlight her. Do we have Shreya?
Can you hear me?
Yes. There you are. All right, great. We just have to put the spotlight back on you, so just give us a second. So we had her, but now she's gone. Okay, we got you back. All right, go ahead and give us a bow, and you may begin. Okay, thank you, Shreya. Very nice job. And
Thank
that
you.
does round out our girls 15 to 17 category. We will be moving into the Masters 65 plus, starting with the men when the judges are ready. And we saw a full bow, first time we've seen that today, which is an 8-point category in the back bend. She also did a standing head to knee, which I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of those coming up. That's a forward compression posture, and it is pretty difficult. A lot of us do that in class, depending on the type of yoga that we do. But that's a tough posture. There's a lot of flexibility going on there and also a lot of balance. And I believe she reset the posture, so we might see what's called a second try come in there, and I'll talk about that a little bit more later. So we have the Nationals coming in the end of July. I don't think it's July 24th though, so I think we have to fix that. I think it's more like July 31st to August 2nd. And we are every other year, so on the even years, I think it might have got messed up with COVID, but the last few times it's been the even years, it is coordinated with the State Games of America. So all these different sports will be with us in State College, Pennsylvania, and it kind of makes it have that little bit more of an Olympics feel, which is fun for an Olympic year as this is Winter Olympics anyway, the good ones. Um, so we were in State College, Pennsylvania, and I got the t-shirt on too. We were in State College, Pennsylvania last year as well. So it is a good place. It's a nice little town, and we liked our venue. We will not be in the theater again this time. We will be in another venue on at the university in State College. And this will be a little bit more like Iowa, if anybody remembers in Iowa we did the state games and we were adjacent to other sports, which is also pretty cool because you get to see some kindred spirits. And in this case, it will be baton twirling and gymnastics that we will be adjacent to. So kind of will be a little bit different than when we're all tucked away by ourselves, but that could be a good thing too. We get exposure, we get to see what they're doing. It'll be less quiet, but that can also be good. All right. So I think the judges are ready. Can I just get confirmation that the judges are ready?
I think she said ready, but I can't tell them where it's from.
Okay. I think the judges are ready.
Yes.
So our first athlete to kick off the Masters men group is going to be Joe Elliott. So let's find Joe. And he might be with that hot yoga on the island group. Pretty sure I know that one. So we just need to make sure that they're panelists, and I think they are, and we need to have them turn on their video and let's get them spotlighted. So Joe and the hot yoga on the island team, can you go ahead and turn your video on because we're ready for Joe.
Oh, I can see your face. That's cool.
There they are. All right. And go ahead and unmute as well, Suzanne. All right.
Good. Katrina. Suzanne. Good.
Just a moment. I was renaming.
He's ready.
Okay. Got it. All right. We're ready for Joe. We just need Suzanne to get out of there. Okay, Joe, give us a bow. And I'm also, before you start, I might be hearing the judges, so I think somebody there has to go on mute.
You
Just
got
want to
Helen.
make sure that's not coming through while Joe's competing. All right. Joe, you may begin. Okay, thank you, Joe. Great job. So a good way to kick off the adult groups. As I said, we're starting with the masters group, which is going to be the 65 plus. We'll have one more athlete in the men's 65 plus, which is Craig Friedman coming up when the judges are ready for him. And then we have a few women in the masters women 65 plus. One, two, three, four people. So represented well. So we've seen an archer so far today, and Joe did archer as well. And I always like to when somebody does archer, it reminds me to mention one of the rules, which is the rule about which way you need to face. And on standing head to knee or standing bow, it's very important that you're facing in the right direction. Um, a lot of postures, you're just facing, straight on and looking at the camera. Some postures, it doesn't matter, like rabbit, you could face either way. It just depends on which side you're going to show. For standing head to knee and standing bow and many other postures, you do have to face in the right direction. And archer gets confusing because you're at that 45-degree angle, and then it's like, which 45-degree angle do I do? And if you're facing the wrong way, and I think Joe was, it's a -1 off of the execution score. So when you see that score and it's a little lower than maybe you thought it should be, I think it's because you weren't facing in the right direction. On archer, you want to show your open chest as opposed to showing your back by pulling the other way. So it's just scooting over and doing the other 45-degree angle. Okay, so we mentioned that we're going to be telling you a little bit about other programming, and this is an example of that. So we have Srini, who is running a clinic in March 21st, a Zoom session, and this is something looks like it's for the kids, and definitely take note of this and check it out. It seems like it's a 70-minute class, and you can also find these things on our US Yoga site. Okay, so we are just going to wait for the judges to be ready to move on to our second athlete in this group. And we should be finding Craig Friedman, and making sure he is promoted and then spotlighted when they're ready for him. While we're waiting, another thing I wanted to mention, at the very beginning of Joe's routine, he didn't just start right away. When I told him he could begin, he took his time, waited a few seconds. That's perfectly okay. The clock begins when you start moving into your first posture. So if you ever wonder, or if you ever are like timing it yourself and you're like, wait, like that person went a lot higher than the way that the clock came through, then it could be that they didn't actually move into their first posture until a few seconds later. So you're okay to do that. I think after a minute of just standing there waiting, then it could be a problem, but you are allowed to just get your composure, make sure you're really ready to go, and then the clock starts when you make your first movement into the posture. There are a lot of rules to know about, so that's why it is good to try not to go it alone and just make sure that you have whether it's a coach or another person who's done this before. Make sure you're not losing points or not capitalizing and getting the most points possible just because you're not aware of some of these rules. Okay, so Craig, if you're out there, we're trying to promote you to a panelist. We see you in the Zoom, and we need you to accept that promotion so we can get you ready to go. Okay, so the judges are ready. Craig, I think you might be a panelist now, so we just need you to turn on your camera so we can find you. Okay, there he is. Yeah, and go ahead and unmute. Thank you. If you can unmute as well. Okay. Thanks, Craig. So I should mention that Craig is a world champion, former world champion, a couple years back, I think 2021, if I remember correctly. And Craig, go ahead and give us a bow. And you may begin.
Rabbit.
Okay, thank you, Craig. Great job. So that finishes out our Masters men, and we'll be moving to Masters women next. Darlene DiLorenzo will be our first athlete in that group, so we should be looking for her. So Craig does a very difficult routine with a lot of 8 and even a 9-point posture. He started with split arm, which was in his back bend category. Oh, look at that guy. That's not a bad peacock lotus too. But Craig did split arm as his back bend. It's an 8-point posture. It's deceptively difficult. It looks like it would probably be even easier than standing bow, for example, but it is very hard to hold that position in stillness. And you see a lot of people have trouble with the time on that, just because it is so hard to be still for 5 seconds or more. And then he also did a tiger, which was his inversion where he pressed up onto a like a forearm stand, some people call it, but we call it tiger. And he struggled a little bit there and had to come out of it. So the second try could have come into play. He decided not to do the second try. And then he got into his real hard stuff with bowleg peacock. So I talked a little bit earlier about how doing lotus can add to the difficulty, but doing the bow-legged thing where he took his foot and like tucked it on the outside of his hip, that really adds to the difficulty of postures. So bow-leg peacock, I believe, is a 9-point posture. You don't see that much at all. We've had a couple of athletes over the years do it, and I think as far as I know, I think Craig's the only gentleman that does it at any age. So that's a very difficult posture to do. To hold your feet in that position is very, very hard. And usually that's the problem. Like that foot just wants to fly out. He kept his feet in nice and tight and held the position. And then mountain was where that was his traction, where he was in lotus up on his knees with one arm up over his head. Super hard balance. Doesn't look hard, but you try to do it, like the balance of that. And he held that, I think, in really good stillness for a long time. So we'll see how those scores come in. All right, so it looks like we don't have Darlene in the Zoom, which means we are going to go to, when the judges are ready, we are going to go to the next athlete, which is going to be Lisa Lawrence. So let's go ahead and get Lisa set up at least. And if Darlene joins, then, oh, we don't have Lisa either. So let this, Darlene and Lisa, if either of you are in the Zoom, maybe under a different name, we need you to make yourself known. Okay, so Lisa's with Kim, and all right, and Kim, you can come off of mute or just tell us like does it say Kim Tang or what does it say? Oh, it says Kim Tang. Okay, so let's go ahead and promote Kim Tang, which is Lisa, and then think we are Lynn. If you could let me know if we're ready for Lisa Lawrence once we get her set up. Okay, so the judges are ready, so we just have to find Lisa Lawrence. Oh, and Darlene, we have Darlene too. So let's find Darlene. Okay, so what name is Darlene under? Is she there with Kim? Like we can't find you all if you don't have your name on your panel.
I
Oh,
could see her name on Lisa Lawrence on Kim Tang's.
right, but now they're saying Darlene is there and we need to look for Darlene. So yeah, the problem is we can't identify Darlene because if she is in the Zoom, she's not in the Zoom on her name, and that's why we don't know who she is. Okay, I think what we're going to need to do is go to Lisa Poff because we have to figure out what's going on with Darlene, and Lisa seems to be ready. Spotlight Lisa Poff, P-A-F-E. I hope I'm saying that right.
No, it's Lisa Pave.
Pave. Okay, sorry, Lisa. I do know you, but I guess I never said your name.
Trying to start my camera here.
Okay,
There
you
we
go.
go.
Lisa Pave. All right, let's spotlight Lisa. We're going to go to her and then we'll circle back on the other Lisa and Darlene once we get that sorted out. Go ahead and give us a bow. And you may begin. Okay, thank you, Lisa. Very nice job. So, one announcement we want to make to all the athletes, in addition to what I was saying before, putting your name on the window so we can find you. Also, remove any virtual background, even a blur, because that can affect our ability to see you clearly. And you should also be unmuted. That's the other thing that's important too. We do want to be able to hear what's going on there as well as be able to see you really well. So just a couple of reminders about about your Zoom setup, which kind of makes these virtual things a little bit tougher than being in person. In person, you just like it's not that hard to find people. They're there. It's just line them up. Here, it's a little bit trickier. I do want to talk about Lisa's upward stretch. I thought it was really, really beautiful. So sharp, such straight legs. She had her face right against her shins, which is the hard part. Definitely is for me. I don't even try to do that posture, but for a lot of the people that compete that posture, you see that that's where they just get stuck is getting their face right to their shins. And I thought hers was really good. Okay, so let's just do a quick check. Do we know if we found Darlene and if she is in the Zoom? And I do see Lisa Lawrence there. Okay, so I think when the judges are ready, we are going to be going to Lisa Lawrence next, so you should be getting ready. And we are going to take a few minutes though for a quick break. Oh, all right. So now, okay. So we're gonna take a few minute break. The judges need a little bit of time, and that will give us time to sort out what's going on with Darlene and why we can't find her. So let's see if we found her yet. Okay, so we are a member. USA Yoga is a member of the International Organization for Yoga, so IYSF, International Yoga Sport Federation. And we follow them in terms of the rules and the posture guidelines. You can find all the posture guidelines on USA Yoga. I'm sure they're also out there on IYSF.org as well. And our USA Yoga Nationals is what determines every 2 years the roster for athletes that we send to IYSF. So very, very well coordinated between the two organizations. A lot of sports would say you have your nationals and then you have your worlds, and this is kind of like the world competition. I don't know if we have any definite information yet on where the next IYSF international competition will be, but I'm sure as that becomes locked in and available, we'll be starting to share it. Okay, so while the judges are on break, we're figuring out Darlene's situation. Yes, definitely thank you to all the volunteers, all the people that are helping us run all these events, not just today. Yeah, so I don't see Darlene. I'm going through all the attendees and panelists, and I don't see any Darlene in here either. So I'm not sure what's going on. I think when the judges are ready, we are going to have to go to Lisa Lawrence. So Lisa, you should be ready, and then we will figure out Darlene eventually, even if she has to come in later. Look at all those cool guys. Yeah, so this is from last year's event. I'm just like looking at what I'm wearing to make sure. This was in State College last August, and as I mentioned, we'll be going back there again this coming year, end of July into August. Okay, so the judges are ready. If we've still can't find Arlene, I think we do have to go ahead and spotlight Lisa Lawrence and have her as our next athlete. And there she is. Go ahead and give us a bow, and you may begin. Okay, thank you, Lisa. So, looks like we have Darlene now. So Darlene, you should be getting ready to be next. And then our last athlete in this group after well, actually we have two more athletes after Darlene goes. It's going to be Michelle Rudnicki and Lisanne Shifa. before we switch back to the men. So Lisa did a lift that is a pretty common lift called crow, and crow is you see people doing it at a lot of different levels, and you want to get your knees as high up on your arms as possible and keep your arms very straight. And I thought she did that well. The inversion was headstand. And with headstand, you to maximize your score, you want to go up into it with piked legs and back down again with piked legs. Same thing with really headstand, any variation of headstand, handstand, tiger, shoulder stand. The exit and the entrance are also very important in those inversions because they do require some setup, and like kicking into it, for example, is a specific deduction of -2, and doing what's called a tuck entrance where you bend your knees into your chest and then put your feet up and go vertical. That's also a deduction. I think it's a -1. But Lisa did not take any deductions because she piked into it very nicely. Also take this time to thank some of our sponsors. So Mike Nye is there. He does some financial businesses and advisement, and he is one of our sponsors. And I think he's a sponsor in his own right, but I think he also through his financial services is representing. And then Superior, and then also Rooted Yoga. We have other sponsors as well, but those are the ones I'll mention now. Okay, so we see Darlene as an attendee, but Darlene, we're trying to promote you, and you have to accept the promotion so that we can make you a panelist so that we can spotlight you. And the judges are ready. I, th I think Darlene is a panelist now. Yep, Darlene is now a panelist, so let's go ahead and find her and spotlight her. Okay, and yeah, take yourself off of mute. You
Yeah.
made it. You made it, Darlene.
Wow, that was difficult, more difficult. I thought I was there the whole time, so my apologies.
Okay. Go ahead and give us a bow when you're ready.
Yeah.
And you may begin.
Stretching pose.
Thank you, Darlene. Great job.
Thank you.
And we should be getting Michelle Rudnicki. Michelle's on deck, so we should be figuring her out. And that came in at 2 minutes and 37 seconds, which is a good use of the clock. While we're waiting for the judges to be ready for Michelle, I do want to talk about Darlene's tiger posture. So that was her inversion. And like I was just mentioning, you need to make sure you take care of the up and the down. And she had a really nice pike up, but then she took it to the next level by pressing onto her forearms to make it a tiger. Now, what happened there is it looked like it was gonna come down there for a second, but based on experience and determination, she was able to right the ship and push up into what was a really beautiful tiger. And that is so important because if she didn't save that and came down and had to go back up again, that would be what we call a second try. And you don't want a second try. And it's better than nothing, but you lose half the value. And that can really, that will affect your score very, very negatively. So she saved it, which is great, and was able to show us a really nice tiger in the end. All right, so there's some posture intensives coming up February 14th and March 14th. So lifts on February 14th, inversions on March 14th, $100 per session. So definitely go to USA Yoga, look under the events section, and Kim will be leading those as she does for many of our workshops, and will really help level you up. All right, so the judges are ready for the next athlete, and that will be Michelle Rudnicki, who I saw out there. So hopefully we can get her spotlighted. And there she is. Michelle, you can give us a bow, and you may begin. Thank you, Michelle. Really beautiful routine.
Thank you.
So Michelle also did Archer, And I saw her like think for a second there, and I wasn't sure it was because she wasn't sure which way she was facing, or she was wondering, is eight angle next or archer next? And these, either way, it's very important that she got it right. So she did her archer facing the right way. But the other thing, the other rule I haven't mentioned yet is if you do your postures out of order, that becomes a -1 for each posture that's out of order. So that could be what she was checking herself on is what's next? Is it Archer or is it eight angle? But I think it all came out right there in the end. And Archer is that confusing one, as I mentioned. If you're, I think it's the only posture we do at the 45-degree angle. And until you really get used to where it is in your routine, the choreography of really think about the posture that comes before Archer, where should that put you to do the right archer, the one that's facing the right way? So Michelle did do a correct archer, which is great. So Lynn and Kim, who are helping us a lot today, are also members of IYSF, that international organization I was talking about earlier. So we're really happy to have them representing USA Yoga and helping out at the international level. International level. Okay, the judges are ready for our final athlete in the Masters Women, and that is Lisanne Schaefer. So I think we were working on renaming her, or maybe we found her. Ah, we found her, so we're all set to go. You can give us a bow when you're ready, and you may begin. Okay, thank you, Lisanne. Very nice job. At the end, she did a shoulder stand as her inversion and very tight legs, especially on the way in. That's what you want to see. Those setups really play into the score just as much as that final judgeable position. You don't want breaks. Sometimes it's just a separation of the feet. It can cost you uh, from getting an ideal score to a not so good score, but she had really nice tight pike into the shoulder stand, which was really good. Um, yeah, half moon back bend. I thought alignment was really nice and sharp there too. So really good job. That came in at 223, by the way. And she is our final competitor in, I don't think we missed anyone, yeah, in women 65 plus. So we are going to be switching to the men 50 to 64 next. And right now we're looking for Matt Cunning. We don't see him in the Zoom. So Matt, if you're out there, you need to rename yourself or just make yourself known so we can promote you and get you ready to go when the judges are ready. Oh, so Matt is with Suzanne, the Hot Yoga on the Island people. So let's go ahead and, if they're not already panelists, let's make them panelists. And then we can go ahead and spotlight them, and that's how we'll find Matt.
I just got to change the name now. One moment.
Okay. And then after Matt, it's going to be Mike Nye, and that'll take care of that category, and then we'll move to women 50 to 64 after the two men go. Okay, so the judges are ready. So as soon as we are ready to spotlight Matt, we will keep this moving.
Suzanne, I did it for you.
Okay, thank you. And here we go. One.
Okay. Well, we had them there.
There.
All right. And we just need you guys to get out of the way. All right, Matt, you can go ahead and give us a bow when you're ready. You may begin. Okay, thank you, Matt. Great job. Look how happy he is. A lot of times people are happy it's over. And I don't know if this is Matt's first time, but
No, it's hard to tell.
but when it is someone's first time, they can be very happy to get that first one out of the way. So good job, Matt. And I think that was our first standing bow that we've seen so far today, which is a very popular posture in the back bend category. And Matt showed us a standing bow finally. Uh, we did see a second try on Crow, which was his lift. I had been mentioning second try before. You don't want a second try, but you also want to put some points on the board. So I think he made a wise move. He knew he had time to go ahead and try to put up another Crow, and he was able to do that. So you want to get something, even though ideally you don't want to have to go for that second try, which takes away half the score. But I'm glad that he did. It's a consideration that people really need to make when they're in the course of their routine is, do I have time for a second try? In some cases, you go for the second try and you chew up so much clock that now you affect another posture that you either have to rush or you run out of time at the end. So it's a judgment call, and that really comes with experience. So, a quick announcement to keep things moving. If you want us to change your name for you, then just put a message. Either send a message to Rob Embrace or put a message to everyone in the chat with which we'll see where you are, but with what your name is, and we could probably change it for you a little bit quicker, especially if you're on like a phone or something. So just message Robin if you'd like us to change your name for you. But that is important. We have to be able to find you and know where you are. All right, so the judges are ready, but it seems like Mike Nee, I'm learning how to say his name right finally, is not out there yet unless he's also under another name. So Mike, if you are out there, let us know where you are. But since we don't think we have him, we could always circle back if he joins us in a little while. But we are probably going to have to move to the women 50 to 64 next then. And first person in that group will be Donna Fox. So Donna, you should be getting ready because there's a good chance we're going to go to you next if we can't find Mike. Okay, so let's go ahead and find Donna Fox and start off our next group, which is women 50 to 64. Do we have Donna out there? Is she maybe with Suzanne?
Yes, just got the message.
So Suzanne and team, is Donna Fox with you? All right. So Donna, if you're out there, we need you to make yourself known. Otherwise, we will need to move to the next person. I'm promoting Matt to panelist just so we could ask them if Donna's with them because I'm not sure. I know
Fox is with us. I just need to change her name. Can you do that?
we can do it for you.
Perfect. Donna Fox. We're ready. We just needed to be let in.
All right. So I just promoted Matt, so I think you guys are in. Let's go ahead and spotlight. It might say Matt. It might say hot yoga on the island. Oh, now it says Donna Fox. Okay. Video on, Suzanne.
Where?
Just highlight us.
Oh, there. Did it come on? Okay. So that's G.
And why don't you go ahead and message Robin with who your next athlete is, so we could be ready to for that person. Okay, let's spotlight Donna. We have to stop sharing the PowerPoint.
Bigger.
All right, we can see you, Donna. Go ahead and give us a bow. And you may begin. Thank you, Donna Fox. Very nice job. We're glad we found you. All right, we do have three more women in the women 50 to 64 group, and next up will be Leon Pham. So we should be looking for that person next. But then after Leon will be Barbara and Dominique. And if you are out there and your name is not the name on your Zoom, please message Robin, and so we know who you are, and she will fix it for you. All right, so we did see another split arm. Haven't seen that many of those. I think that was maybe our third, and that's an 8-point posture, pretty hard posture in the back bend category, and really hard to hold that one in stillness, which is I think what makes it so tough. I always like Donna's headstand.
Hello, can
She,
you
she
see
does a
me?
very, very nice, neat, the way in, the way out, and then that position, that judgeable position that she holds is just so perpendicular to the ground, but also so still. Pointed toes, no bend or crink in the knees or anything like that. So really good headstand.
Hello, can you see me?
We can see you. Hi. And your name is on your window, so you're going to get extra skill for that. I'll talk about extra skill soon.
Okay. It's good?
Yeah. We just have to wait for the judges to be ready. So it might be a few more seconds, but yes,
Okay.
looks like you're ready to go when they're ready for you.
Okay. Not sure if you see me clear.
Yeah, we do. You do have a blurred background right now, so you can use this time to turn off the blurred background because that will affect us seeing your body as well. And then let's do a quick matte check also. And you can come off of mute. So no
Hold
blur,
on a
no
second.
mute.
Let me.
Yeah, take your time. All right, good. And now come off of mute.
To close this one.
Oh, I guess we can. I think we can hear you, right? You must be on two devices.
Yeah, I had two devices.
Got
Yeah.
it, got it. All right, so yeah, that one does have to stay muted so we don't get the echo. All right, let's do a matte check because yes, you probably changed your setup since you were in the other Zoom room that was doing your matte check because we cannot see your legs at all. And it keeps moving. I think you have a setting it's following you.
Okay. What should I do?
Yeah, I think there's a feature on your phone. I don't even think it's a Zoom feature. I think it's your phone feature that it's moving. So you got to turn that off.
Probably she need to tilt her camera down.
Yeah, but it's moving. I think it's trying to follow her face.
I see.
Yeah.
Can you tell your camera down? Because we don't see the mat at all on the floor.
Can you see the map?
No,
No? Oh,
only the ceiling.
What it's doing is the camera is trying to zoom in on her face. And that's the last feature that we want in a yoga competition.
oh.
As helpful as that may be for other things. Can you use your other device? Is that an option?
I can do the other device, but I need to set up. Hold on a sec. I need to get out. This one I don't know how to get out.
Okay. So while she's working on that, I think we want to get Barbara
Okay.
ready to go. So we'll give you some time to sort that out. You just have to make sure the camera isn't following you. Yeah, that's the problem. So let's go ahead and switch to Barbara and give her a minute to get herself ready. And then Lian, we'll come back to you. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Oh, well, now you're sideways, but maybe you can figure that out while we're watching Barbara. All right, so let's find Barbara and get her spotlighted. No, we're gonna move to Barbara.
Hi.
Leanne,
Yes.
Leanne, let's do the mat check again. You weren't supposed to change a thing. You changed it.
No, I didn't.
Now you're sideways.
We gotta do.
Yeah, and you're in two Zooms as well. So you got to get out of you got to get out of one Zoom or the other. And we can hear you in the other Zoom. So let's go ahead and demote Leon back to attendee for the first thing. And the second thing is let's find Barbara. All right, so we cannot find Barbara in the meeting. So Barbara, if you're there, you have to message us so we know where you are. And if Barbara truly isn't here, it's going to be Dominique next. And I think Dominique is either out there or oh, Barbara's with Lisanne. Okay, so let's spotlight Lisanne. All right, so we've got Barbara all set and ready to go. You can give us a bow. And you may begin. Okay, thank you, Barbara. Great job. So that was two really good headstands in a row. I jotted down, similar to my comments on Donna's, like really nice in and out and really, really sharp position there in the held position. I also thought Barber's crow was really good. The one thing you want to look for in the crow is you want to bring those knees pretty high up on the arms, but you also want to make sure that your thighs are in really tight to your stomach. And sometimes you see that a big space there. And in this case, Barber's crow with a really nice, tight, strong position with straight arms. All right, so here we are again with the upcoming qualifiers. We have San Jose, California, Frisco, Texas, Indianapolis, Indiana, and my favorite one, Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And you see the dates for them there. Yeah, make sure for the anyone out there that's watching that hasn't picked it yet, make sure you pick your qualifier. You don't want to get to the end and realize, oh, May isn't going to work for me, and that's the only one that's left because you do have to get yourself into one of these qualifiers if you'd like to compete at nationals. Okay, so let's see if we are ready to circle back to Leon. Can we go ahead and spotlight her and promote her and see if we have the issues sorted out there while we're waiting for the judges to be ready? Oh, and the judges are ready. So we just need to know if Leon's ready, and if not, we're going to go to Dominique, who will be our last competitor in this group. Okay, so Dominique, if you're out there, we need you to message us so we can see you and find you. If anyone can help us find Dominique, that would be great. Our current national champion in women 50 to 64. Okay, so it doesn't look like we have Dominique. Also doesn't look like we have Leon anymore, so we might have to keep things moving and come back to them if they join or when they're ready. Yeah, so the judges are ready. We're gonna have to keep going and going to the next athlete unless Dominique or Leon could show us where they are. We're gonna have to keep this going. So our next group is going to be men 35 to 49, and the first person in that group is John Buckland. So we should be looking for John, and John, you should be getting ready so we can go to the next group. Okay, so Barbara's telling us that Dominique is there with her. So it's Barbara that we have to rename and spotlight. Yeah, Dominique is in Bar. There we go. All right. Hi, Dominique. So our current national champion in women 56 to 50 to 64 is Dominique Well. Go ahead and give us a bow. and you may begin. Okay, thank you, Dominique. Great job. And we'll be seeing you at nationals, I'm sure. So Dominique did a split arm as well, so we're starting to see a few more of those, which is great. Really nice pointed toes and straight legs on those. Very nice. She also did as her lift a one-legged peacock, and there's a lot of different peacocks out there, and we don't see that one all that much, but that's where she had one leg folded and tucked in. And that does bring it down in difficulty though from a 7 to a 6. But a lot of people choose that posture because that's the one that they could maybe get a better execution score on. All right. So, we are going to figure out who we're going to next. We're just checking to see if Leon is ready, if she's back in the Zoom and has the issues fixed. So let's see if we can find her. And if she's not, we are going to go to the men 35 to 49 next. So, gentlemen, you should be getting ready. But let's see if we can figure out Leon first. And for everyone that's out there, if your name is not on your Zoom ID, on your Zoom window, you need to message us in the chat to tell us who you are. And we can fix it for you, but we have to know and you have to be very clear who you are and what name you're under so we know where you are. And we are checking the chat. Okay, so it doesn't look like we have our first guy in the men's group yet, which is John. So John, if you're out there under another name, you got to let us know where you are. And then I think we also need to figure out Leon if she's out there. Yeah, I do see Leon under attendees. I'm gonna try to promote her myself. Okay, so we're trying to promote Leon. She's not responding, so we're not sure what's going on there. We're going to have to move on. We're looking for John. We don't see John either. The person after John is going to be George Diamond. Do we have George? We're just going to start having to go to who we have. Okay, I don't know if we have George either. I'm not seeing him. George, if you're out there, you need to respond. And then after George is Lee Dickinson. It could be under Selden, but it goes by Lee. Okay, I think what we're going to have to do is take a little break just because we are not finding any of our upcoming athletes in the Zoom. So this would be a good time for a 5-minute break. Looks like Leah's withdrawn, so makes sense that he's not here. But what we're going to have to do is when we come back from this 5-minute break, we are going to need to look for John and George would be the first two up. And then since Leah's withdrawn, we will go to Sean Glover after them. So those are the three people we're looking for, John Buckland, George Diamond, and Sean Glover. And then after Sean, the last gentleman in the men 35 to 49 is Vaughn Jensen. Oh, so George Diamond is off also withdrawn. Okay, so starting to make more sense. So in that case, the three gentlemen in this group will be John Buckland, Sean Glover, and Vaughn Jensen. You are the next three people that are going to be going up. Okay, but we are taking a break, so we are on break, and we will be back in about 5 minutes, which would be 2:30 Eastern time. Oh, we're going to take a 10-minute break, I'm hearing. So we'll be back at 2:35 Eastern time. Okay, we're going to be coming back soon. I'm getting word that Mike Nee is actually out there. So let's see if we can find Mike. And I think if Mike is from the 50 to 64 division. We'd be going to Mike first as long as we can find him. And judges, if you can let me know when you're ready. So I don't see Mike Nee. Does anyone? He might be in the Matt Check Zoom, but I don't see him in this Zoom. So Mike Nee, if you're out there, you need to let us know where you are because I'm not seeing you. You can send us a chat. The plan is in a couple of minutes to resume, and we would start with Mike Nee, who was from the men 50 to 64. Okay, so we don't have Mike in this room yet. I think we're trying to get him into the webinar. So the next person we have that is actually in the Zoom room where they belong is Sean Glover. So we did have a couple people withdraw from this group. So the judges are ready, so we are going to proceed with Sean. So let's go ahead and promote and spotlight Sean so we can keep this moving.
Hello.
Hey there, Sean. How are you? You're gonna be up next, so go ahead and get yourself.
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
Good, good.
Okay.
All right. So go ahead and take your minute when you're ready. And you have, it sounds like you have two devices going, so you have an echo. You
All
gotta
right.
get
Hold on. Sorry.
we don't
I
want
can
you
fix
muted
it. Give me
though.
one
We
second.
just one audio device.
Uh, is that any better?
Let's see. If I talk, I'm not
Hello.
myself again, I don't think. Okay. Go ahead and take your mat. Give us a bow. Oh, you just went off video.
It's unmuted.
We don't want you
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. So you're good now. You just need to just leave it how it is
I
and take
see
your
you when you're talking, but I can't hear anything because that's my fault also. Sorry. Let me fix that.
Can you hear me now? No.
He does need to know when to start.
Yeah, but he can't hear me.
I know, that's what I'm not sure how to fix that.
Yeah. Let's let him figure it out. Can you hear me yet, Sean? All right, he can't hear us, but it looks like he saw my chat, so I think he's just going to take his mat and all right. I think we're going to have to move on past Sean and let him try to figure out his technical issue. So, oh, here he goes. Wait, wait. All right, Sean, if you can hear me, you can begin. Okay, thank you, Sean. So, Sean did a very difficult routine. He had three, by my count, 9-point postures in there. The handstand lotus, and that's the first handstand we saw today. Handstands are 8. He did it added the lotus. I made it a 9. Goodbye. We saw one of those earlier. That's with the leg behind the head. And really good flexibility there with that leg getting back there. At some point, you want to be able to stand up a little more. That's the only thing that might bring that score down a little bit, but very difficult posture, also a 9. In the ohm, first ohm we saw in the lift category today, where it almost looks like his head's in a TV screen because his legs are creating those two angles. And that's also a 9-point posture. The lifting tortoise is the hardest compression you can do, and that's an 8-point posture. So really maxing out on the difficulty there. Sean did go over a few seconds, so his time came in at 3:03, and it will really depend on where he was in that final posture. The lifting tortoise will determine if he takes a deduction and what the deduction would be for that final posture. Okay, the next person who's going to go in this group that we have available is going to be Vaughn Jensen. So we should be getting Vaughn ready. And then the judges are not ready yet. So we just get Vaughn set to go. And when the judges are ready, we'll proceed with Vaughn. A reminder to everybody that you should be unmuted when you're competing. We do need to be able to hear you as well. And just to keep things simpler, let's have one device going, because otherwise you're gonna have trouble in the moment trying to figure out what's going on with all the devices. So one device is best. And we are ready to, let's go ahead and stop sharing and find Vaughn. I see him out there. So the judges are ready. Let's bring down the PowerPoint and get ready for the next athlete, please. Okay, so Vaughn, turn your camera on. Okay, we're getting there. There he is. Hey, Vaughn. All right, and make sure you're not muted.
Yep.
All right, we can hear you. Great. All right, you can take your mat and give us a bow. Okay, you may begin. Thank you, Vaughn. Very nice routine. First, I thought he was going to get a snack in the kitchen there, but then we got to see a wonderful routine. Also very high on the difficulty. I just mentioned that we finally saw an ohm posture today from Sean, and then back-to-back ohms. Vaughn gave us a really nice ohm there. It's really tricky the in and the out of that posture, because if your foot sweeps the floor, or you make a mistake trying to get in or out, you could really affect your score on that. But his looked really clean to me. He did tiger, and then he added a scorpion to it when his feet came down on his head. So tiger scorpion increases the difficulty. Instead of tiger being a 7, tiger scorpion I think is an 8. And the lifting tortoise again is the hardest posture in that compression category. Also, we saw our first full spine twist in the twist category. So that is an 8-point posture. The regular spine twist is a 6. There are a few other more difficult spine twists that are 7s or 8s as well. But that was the first full spine twist when the one foot is folded into lotus. And that's what makes it a lot more difficult, because once you put the arm over the knee and grab for the grab for the knee, and the arm is by the other knee, it creates a very tight compression there in that twist. So that's what makes that so hard. Okay, so the timing on that last one was 2 minutes and 39 seconds. And it looks like we have Mike Nee ready to go. So we are going to go back to the men 50 to 64 category. And there he is already. Hey, Mike, you're going to just want to come off a mute for us and then take your mat and you'll be ready to go. There you go.
Thank you, Coach, Judge, Tim.
Okay. All right, judges aren't quite ready, so just wait. Go ahead and take your mat and you get yourself ready, and I'll let you know when the judges are ready for you.
So, yeah.
All right, Mike, it's going to be another minute. Okay, the judges are ready. So, Mike, when you're ready to come back. Great. You can go ahead and take your mat and give us a bow. And you may begin. Okay, thank you, Mike. So that takes care of our men 50 to 64. And I think we might want to circle back to another athlete that we had to skip, and that would be Leon. So I think we're going to spotlight her soon to see if we have her video issue resolved. Mike came in at 2 minutes and 34 seconds. Mike started with finger stand, which we have not seen yet today. And that was his lift. And that's where he was sitting. He was lifting himself up in that L position. And that is a very difficult posture. I think it's a 7-point posture. I think it should probably be worth more than that because it's really tough to do that and hold really still. There's balance involved, but also a lot of strength. Okay, doesn't look like Leon's quite ready yet. So in that case, we are going to keep moving and we're going to start our next group, which is women 35 to 49 when the judges are ready. So I don't think they're quite ready yet, but we should be starting to find the first few women who are Megan, Marcia, and Summer and getting those ready to go. And Megan, it looks like, is on deck as soon as the judges are ready. At some point, we will try to get back to Leon. Okay, the judges are ready. So let's go ahead and find Megan Cruz. I think she's out there in one of the groups. So Megan, you have to accept the request to be promoted to a panelist.
Is this correct?
Oh, we got you now. There you
Yeah,
go. All
I
right.
didn't know how to do that.
That's okay. So go ahead and we just get the spotlight back. There you go. All right.
Okay.
So we're ready for you. Go ahead and take a bow.
The bottom. Can you see my bottom?
It does look like it's cut off a little bit. Can you angle the camera down just a bit? There you go. Much better.
Okay.
Oh, don't go too far.
Is
Probably
that good?
right there's good. Right there's good.
Okay.
Okay. All right. You can give us a bow and then we'll get you started. You may begin. Okay, thank you, Megan. Great job.
Thank you.
And just so we can start getting ready for the next person, that's going to be Marcia Hetrick, our current world and national champion. So Megan did a really nice routine. I thought her peacock was really pretty, very straight, pointed toes, nice and parallel to the ground. The flag at the end, I think we saw one of the younger people. Well, these people are young too, but one of the really young people do that earlier in the day, and that was her last posture. That's a tough one. A lot of balance involved there, and getting both those legs really straight. So the standing leg has to be straight and locked out. The extended leg you also need to have really straight, and then you have to really control that balance. So that looked good to me. That came in at 2 minutes and 5 seconds, so that's pretty quick. So it was very efficient. And the only sometimes when you get in the really low part of 2 minutes, which I've come in pretty low as well myself a few times, you want to look at maybe I should take a little more time and maybe let people see a little more of me on the mat. It's the only thing to keep in mind when you come in, under the 2.5 or under the 2:20 mark. There is actually a tiebreaker rule where if two people have the exact same score, which almost never happens, but if it does happen, the person who is on the mat longest without going over the 3 minutes, that's the winner because that's what breaks the tie, but doesn't come into play all that much. Okay, so I think we're still waiting on some of the catch-up people. So we're looking for Marcia next. The judges aren't ready yet, but when they are, we'll want to know where Marcia is. Yeah, I don't think Marcia's with Kim, so she should be out there under her own name or maybe somebody else's name. Marcia's with Vaughn. Okay. So let's change Vaughn to Marcia and get her spotlighted. And the judges are ready, so as soon as we can get Marcia spotlighted, we'll be ready to proceed. There she is. All right, Marcia, give us a bow when you're ready. And you may begin. Thank you, Marcia. Great job. So Marcia's really packing in the difficulty there, but she also does everything super clean with a lot of precision, a lot of attention to detail. Also had a couple of 9-point postures. The tiger, what she's doing there is adding lotus, which takes tiger to an 8, but then she's also adding scorpion. So it becomes tiger, lotus, scorpion all in one, and that's what brings it to a 9. She did Om. Both her and Vaughn in that same room gave us a nice big smile on their Om, which is nice. And you want to see them as upright as possible. Sometimes you see an Om that's very hunched over. Just the fact that we could see that big smile meant they were very upright in that posture, which is good. The big thing that Marcia does when she does her full wheel is she goes for extra skill. So I haven't talked about that yet. And extra skill is where some postures, not all, actually not most, have a feature that you can add to the posture that gets you more points on the execution score. And sometimes it's just a plus 0.5 or a plus 1, but those points can really add up. And the extra skill she's doing on her wheel is she's reaching back and going for both ankles at the same time, which is actually a plus 2. So you can see athletes get even beyond 10, like even 11 on postures like that where the extra skill is involved, and that really maximizes your points. So really good stuff. And like I said, a difficult program all the way through. I think the lowest difficulty on the whole thing was an 8 and a lot of 9s. Okay, that came in at 2 minutes and 46 seconds, which is really good. Leaves you some time in case something goes wrong or a second try or anything has to happen. You want a little time there at the end. Okay, so we are going to go to summer next. So we should be getting summer ready to go, summer holiday. And I don't think the judges are quite ready, so we'll let you know in a second, Summer, but good to know that we found you. And as soon as the judges give me word, we'll go ahead and get you ready. We just want to check your audio, Summer. Can you say hello? Oh, we can't hear you. You have to, yeah, you have to get unmuted. We can't hear.
We're not muted.
Oh, okay.
We're not muted, Tim.
I'm just quiet.
Oh, that's what, now I can hear. All right, we're good now. All right, the judges are ready, so you can go ahead and give us a bow. And you may begin. Okay, thank you, Summer. Great job. And also the winner of the best name all day long. Um, Summer did a headstand. We've seen a few headstands today, and that was another really good one. People really have been paying attention to that detail I was talking about with the piking in and the piking out. Very stretched out and very, very pretty position there. Good job. Standing head to knee is, we're starting to see more of those, very, very common forward compression posture. In addition to it being a 7 and there aren't a lot of forward compressions, the other thing about standing head to knee is it checks 3 boxes for the characteristics. So I had mentioned at the very beginning of today's event that you have to do a posture from each of the 6 categories, and there's a deduction if you omit a category, which is a 3-point deduction now. But there's also the 3 categories of strength, balance, and flexibility that each need to be shown 2 times across your 6 postures, and there's a -1 anytime you omit one of those things. So if you only show, let's say, balance 1 time instead of 2 times, that would be a -1. So standing head to knee checks all 3 boxes. So it kind of makes it a strategic posture to pick if you can do a good standing head to knee, because you're going to get 1 balance, 1 flexibility, and 1 strength out of that 1 posture. And theoretically, you just have to do 1 more posture like that, and now you've taken care of all 6 of your characteristics. You still have 4 more postures to do, but at least you know you're not going to get a deduction for missing a characteristic. Okay, so we are going to, when the judges are ready, we are going to move to the next couple of athletes. So on deck would be Abigail Howick, and after that, Catherine Kalm, and then Kimberly Page are our next 3 people. So those are the 3 people we want to be looking for. We're not getting a response from Abby, so it looks like Catherine, you might be up next. And Abby, if you are out there, please respond to the message. We're trying to promote you so we can spotlight you. Oh, it looks like
Abby
she's
will be doing hers from home. She had 2 sporting events to get to and couldn't make it to the island today. But if you're ready for Catherine Calm, we are ready. Abby says she's here.
okay.
Okay, stay in order. We'll do Abby first.
All right, but I think we need to promote her to panelist. So I just did send the promotion.
Okay. Do you
Let's
want
have
to
her
do hers?
accept that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's better to stay in order if we can.
Hey guys.
Oh, and now we got her. Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me
Yeah.
switch around.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Hey.
All right, you can take us off screen.
Hi,
Yeah,
Suzanne.
we've got
Hi.
Abby now. We're good.
I'm here.
Okay, we see you.
Hi.
All right, you look good. Go ahead and give us a bow,
Okay. Thank you.
and you may begin.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I talk about Abby's routine a little bit, I think we're going to try to go to Leah next, and we do have a message from her friend. So we're gonna see if we can get that set up and promoted and ready to go so we can circle back to Leon, which I think would catch us up for the people we had to skip. So I'll let you guys work on that. Abby came in at 2 minutes and 41 seconds. And at the end there, she did something that is called a flourish. So her posture was shoulder stand lotus. And that's one of the few postures that adds a flourish where she, in this case, she was bringing her knees down towards her face. And she held that for a few seconds and then went back into shoulder stand lotus and then came out the normal way. So the thing about a flourish, and the reason it's not called extra skill, is you don't get anything for it, except a pat on the back, and it looks cool. And I actually do shoulder stand lotus myself, and I like the flourish, and I can do the flourish, and I was always disappointed that it wasn't worth anything. But still, nice posture overall. It doesn't lose any points. It's just you don't get any extra credit is the thing. Some other difficult postures that she did, and we saw another goodbye, which is a 9-point posture in the traction category. And then I believe this was the first crane that we saw today. I could have missed one, but crane was in the lift category, and that's one of the harder lifts. It's an 8-point posture out of 10. And yeah, we don't usually see a lot of those. Dominique, who we saw earlier, she has a really good crane. She didn't show us a crane today, but we usually see a crane from her, and we got to see Abby's crane today too. So while we're figuring out who we're going to next, just a quick public service announcement. Just everyone, if I don't catch it, please try to remember to unmute yourself because we do need to be able to hear you. And then we also need to make sure that nobody has any devices in their ears. Like you should make sure no pods or whatever device you have, listening device is in your ears. That's also not allowed. All right, so I think we're going to Leon next. Oh, great. Let's go ahead and unmute her. All right, we're unmuted. We see you. It's not focusing. I think we're ready to go. So Leon, give us a bow. And actually, let me just check that. Hold it 1 second. Let me just check that the judges are ready. I did not get word yet. So judges, are we ready? Just sit tightly. Yeah, the judges are ready. Okay, you can begin. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Lee. And I'm glad we were able to figure that out and get to see your routine. All right, so that takes care of her category, which I think takes us back to women 50 to 64, and we should be good there now. Getting pretty caught up with the people we had to skip. And getting back to the group we're in now, which is women 35 to 49, it is Catherine that will be on deck. So Leanne came in at 2 minutes and 21 seconds. And based on that timing, I'll mention that for her crow, she didn't quite hold that as long as I think she wanted to. And that might have been an opportunity. And I think I saw her thinking about it to consider, should I go for the second try and hold it for 5 seconds and get a better score. So it'll depend. If she's at 3 seconds, and that might have been the smart move, don't take the second try, take the 1 point deduction. These are the things that can get a little bit strategic. If you think you got 3 seconds in there, you really are better off taking the -1 or maybe even the -0.5 if it was 4 seconds, rather than going for a second try, which is going to take a lot more off of your score. But she did have time on the clock, so if that was the factor that she thought she was getting close to the 3 minutes, you did have a little more time in terms of that timing. That's part of why you want to do a lot of run-throughs and time your run-throughs. That's something that I have to remind myself to do when I'm doing a run-through. It's like, I don't need to time this one. Well, you really should time them because you get to know where you are on your clock. And if you don't give yourself that feedback, then it could it could affect some of these decisions you have to make in the moment. All right, so Catherine Calm is going to be up next, and it looks like she's ready to go, and we found her, and the judges are ready. So let's spotlight Catherine. Okay, and you may begin. Thank you, Catherine. And if it were up to me, you'd get extra skill for being so ready to go and having everything figured out with the Zoom. Your name is on the window. It's like, I don't know. There were two new postures we saw from Catherine. Bird of Paradise was in the traction category, And you don't see that much. I think it's probably because it doesn't get the difficulty score that it should. I believe it's only a 6, and I think it should be higher than that based on how hard it is for me. Lifting Lotus was her lift, and that is another posture that is, I think, probably harder than the credit it's given. It's also a 6-point posture, but the thing about it that makes it tough is being on your fingertips and then making sure you don't get into like a swing back and forth. So we do see some lifting lotuses. We didn't see any today, I don't think, until now, but usually that's a more popular posture. That came in at 2 minutes and 26 seconds. One thing I noticed in the lifting lotus, and I meant to say this earlier with a couple of the other athletes, is sometimes it's hard, and it's part of it is with the virtual event to actually see the athletes' lines and also see the negative space behind them. And because Catherine was wearing black on a black mat on a black floor, it was kind of hard to see how she was lifted. And I think the posture was good, but it can be tough to see. So just and one of the things you learn by going through these qualifiers to get ready for nationals where you really want to do your best. And I was given this advice a long time ago, wear a color that pops a little bit more against your background. So you want the judges, first of all, it just looks good. And you want the judges to be able to see the difference between like where you end and the background begins, if that makes sense. Okay, so it looks like we are going to go to Kimberly Page next, who is also ready. More extra skill. Look at us. Took us a few hours, but we're actually getting into a flow here. Hi, Kimberly. And the judges are ready. So just make sure you're unmuted. You are now. Great. And you can take your mat and give us a bow. Begin, please. Thank you, Kimberly. Great job. So our next couple of athletes are going to be Alyssa Quintanar and Joanna Smith, and then after Joanna will be Jordan Lydia. So those are the next few people we should be looking for. Looks like that routine came in right at 3 minutes. I don't know if it was 3 minutes on the dot, but I'm getting a 3, so I think it was 3 minutes. That can be cutting it close. You don't want to get too close to that 3 minute clock, but as long as you don't go over, you're not going to have a problem. So we saw another crane. Might be our second or third, but that's very difficult in the lift category. So Kimberly showed us a great crane. And rabbit, I noticed was a nice posture for her. You saw that negative space I was talking about. We could see right through her to the background because she really pulled up and had that really nice compression going where she lifted like the small of her back up to create that space. And split arm, I thought the split arm showed a lot of good stillness. So that was very nice. Okay, so the judges are ready, and I believe we have Alyssa all ready to go. So let's go ahead and find her and spotlight her. Looks like we're really getting in a flow now. Look at this. All right, hey Alyssa, give us a bow. And you may begin. All right, thank you, Alyssa. Very good job. Extra skill for you too for being ready. Um, So I saw another one-legged peacock there. I thought that was a nice posture from Alyssa. She also did a very nice split arm in the sense that, well, there's a few nice things about it, but the thing I really noticed was it's very stretched out. Sometimes, and this is me too, like when I try to do split arm, which I would never do on stage, but when I try to do it, and if I ever see myself like a picture or a video, can't believe how bent both my legs are. But Alyssa really extended everything there. So that extension was very nice. Another standing head to knee, so we're starting to see some more of those. That 7-point posture. Split arm, by the way, is an 8-point posture. I think I mentioned that earlier. And we have seen some upward stretches today in the traction category. That one, not very flashy, doesn't look like a whole lot, but balancing right on that point of, right on your sacrum there, and the risk you take with maybe losing that balance, that takes a while to figure out too. So Alyssa came in at 2 minutes and 22 seconds. And we are going to be going to Joanna next, Joanna Smith. And then on deck after Joanna is Jordan Lydia Verla. And as soon as the judges are ready, we're going to go ahead and get Joanna ready to go. We already have Joanna ready to go. So it'll just be another minute probably until the judges are ready for you. But thank you, athletes, for being ready when we're ready now, and things are flowing pretty nice. Okay, the judges are ready. So you can go ahead and give us a bow, Joanna. And you may begin. Thank you, Joanna. Beautiful job. And she mixed it up with some different postures there at the end. So a flag, we have seen a couple of flags today, but you don't see a whole lot of that one. It's pretty difficult. And like I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of balance involved. And then also finger stand, that might only be the second or third finger stand that we've seen. And finger stand does have some compression in it. And she demonstrated that compression. Sometimes people just give us like almost like a perfect L shape, and there's more forward than you think. And I think she did that very correctly. So good job, Joanna. We do have a few more people in the women 35 to 49, which is where we are now. And on deck is Jordan Lydia Verla. After Jordan will be Jessica, and then we'll have two more after that. Another Jessica, so with two Jessicas. And then bringing us home at the end for this group will be Faye Wilder at the end of the women 35 to 49. And I think we're getting some good chats in there as far as where people are. So I think Robin will be ready to spotlight the next athlete when the judges are ready. The judges are going to need a couple minutes though. So we're going to be on a semi break now. Nobody go anywhere. We're not gonna pause the Zoom or anything, but the judges are going to take a few minutes right now to get ready for the next athlete. So just letting you know, Jordan, that you have a couple of minutes, probably about 3 or 4 minutes at this point. So I think Jordan Lydia is in the group with Kim. So I think we know that we have her. But we can go ahead and figure that out while we're waiting for the judges to come back. And Kim, if you're there, can you just confirm that Jordan Lydia is in fact with you?
I'm here. Do you get less? Kitty cat.
Yep, she's there. I see her. So another rule I haven't talked about yet today, and not that we just saw this recently with anybody, but it's the timing becomes very important because sometimes what happens is people reset their clock by adjusting the posture, usually trying to go into it a little bit deeper. And when you do that and you achieve a new position in the posture, and that's not like a balance check. It's like you're actually trying to go deeper into the posture that will reset your clock and the clock will start again for looking for that 5 seconds if you do that. So that's definitely something, especially for the people who haven't been doing this very long, to be very aware of. And sometimes people aren't even aware of it. So this is again where having a coach to work with or an advisor, somebody who can watch your posture. And I've actually, with some of my fellow athletes, pointed out to, I bet you don't even know you just did that. But at the very end there, you squeezed a little bit deeper into that posture. Could be considered, resetting your clock, and you wouldn't get the 5 seconds. You might not even get 3 seconds and get a zero for the posture. And that's really the big thing in this sport is we want to avoid zeros. You want to avoid all deductions, but you want to put points on the board 6 times. Like that's part of the name of this game is put points on the board as much as you can. I don't know if anyone's watching the U.S. figure skating right now. The national championships are going on in St. Louis, and it's a big deal this year because it's the Olympics, and it's going to determine the Olympic team. And one thing that's similar about figure skating and our sport, yoga sport, is they have more than six, but they have a certain number of opportunities to score points. They just can't get out there and do as many jumps as they want. Like, for example, in the short program, they get 3 jumping passes and 3 spins, a couple footwork sequences, and that's it. So you can't just add things. And if you don't do one of your jumps, just like if we don't do one of our postures, then that's a missed opportunity to get points. So that's one thing you really have to consider when you're being strategic about your program, is you need to make sure, first of all, that you're maximizing your score, but also that you're getting a score on everything that you do. And I always say it's a shame when somebody does a beautiful routine or a beautiful posture and they get a zero for some silly reason, like resetting your clock. All right, I think the judges are going to be back with us in another minute or two. So Oh, and they're back. So the judges are back and ready. Jordan Lydia is in Kim's group, so we can go ahead and get her spotlighted. Okay, take a bow. And begin, please. Thank you, Jordan. So that routine is probably one of the most difficult we'll see, possibly all season. Full spine twist, maxing out on the spine twist category, full bow, definitely one of the harder and most valuable back bends you can do. Tiger lotus, the lotus bringing the tiger up to an 8. But those last two postures, so we only saw today one other bow-legged posture, and then she did two. The one arm bow-legged peacock, which I think is a 10, and probably the only 10 we'll see all season. And then the bow-legged mountain there at the very end. Very, very difficult postures. I mentioned when Craig Friedman did his bow-legged peacock that it's very rare that somebody has the flexibility to position their legs in that bow-legged position. But then both those postures that Jordan did were super hard on the balance level as well. Like a one-arm peacock, forget the bow legs, just a one-arm peacock itself is incredibly difficult. And then mountain, again, forget the bow legs, but just regular mountain is a super hard posture to balance. She did do the second try there, and I think might be a newer posture for her. So yeah, she'll probably working on getting that sorted out between now and nationals. But for the period of time she was holding that posture, it was very impressive to look at. Okay, that came in at 2 minutes and 50 seconds. And our next athlete is going to be Jessica Visual. And we know we have her there, and I think we're ready for her. It's just we're going to wait for the judges for another moment and then be ready to go to Jessica. The first Jessica. Oh, and of course, I should have mentioned that Jordan is a multi-time national and world medalist, and looking forward to seeing her again at this year's nationals. So for Jessica Windsor, when we get to her, I think she's one of the people with Suzanne.
Jen.
Yeah.
It's Jenny Windsor and Jessica Visual.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have her on the roster as Jessica Windsor, so sorry about that. So Jenny Windsor is with Suzanne, and oh, they're both with you.
Yes, they both are.
Oh, okay,
They'll be
great.
back to
Great.
back.
Well, we should organize the order based on the groups that are together. That would make our life so much easier.
Ready.
Okay, so the judges are ready, and Jessica is next. So let's go ahead and spotlight her. Okay, you can give us a bow. And you may begin. Thank you, Jessica. Really nice job. That was a very nice routine in terms of the choreography, how it flowed together. She seemed to really take her time with everything, paying attention to those details, which is good. Also very smart to do the second attempt on the crow. She had plenty of time. Came in at 2:53 actually, but she didn't waste that much time on the first attempt, so it was the right thing to go for that second attempt and then put up a pretty good crow there on the second try. So like I was discussing earlier, you want to get those points, and eventually you get to master these postures even more, and those misses on the first attempt become more and more rare, which is ideal. But you got to go for something if you've got time. All right, so we are getting close to being at the end of this group. We have two more left in women 35 to 49, and that is Jenny Windsor and Faye Wilder. And and we know Jenny's there because she's in the room with the hot yoga on the island people, so that's good. And she's already in spotlighted and ready to go. And as soon as I get word from the judges, we'll get you started. So while we're going to talk about nationals a little bit more, it is coming up at the end of July. So I think it's July 31st into August 2nd. And the judges are ready, so I'll finish that thought after we see what Jenny's got for us. So you can go ahead and give us a bout, Jenny. You may begin. Thank you, Jenny. Very good job. Saw another crow. So crows are popular in Florida, it seems. That was a very nice crow. She did a split arm as her back bend, which, as I've been mentioning throughout the day, is a fairly tough posture to really do well and get a high score on. And it's an 8-point posture. Deceptively difficult. Doesn't look like it's going to be the hardest thing, but you try to do it and do it correctly, it's really tough. My favorite posture in that routine was the headstand. Another really good headstand with super straight legs on the way up and down. Lift of her hips also to get that perfect pike on the way up was really noticeable. And then it was a very nice straight position when she held it for the 5+ seconds. So very good. The spine twist is an interesting posture. A lot of people are doing like the basic spine twists. There are some of the more difficult spine twists, but we've seen a lot of the regular spine twists over the last few of the athletes. And that's also, even though it's only a 6 on the difficulty scale, that can be really hard to get a good score because there's so many places you can take a deduction on that. And sometimes people do really good spine twists and you would expect it to be marked a lot higher, but there's so many details to that posture that making sure, there's no bend in the wrists and the knees all the way down and all these things. So it can be tough to pull off a great score. When I was first doing this and doing the regular spine twist, I was always puzzled, like, why am I barely able to get a 7 on that posture. But then, as I learned a little bit more, I started understanding the details I really need to pay more attention to. All right, we do have one more athlete in this category, and that's going to be Faye Wilder, and we know where she is, so that's good. It's just when the judges are ready. And then we'll also mention that after Faye helps us wrap up women 35 to 49, we'll be moving into our next group, which is men 18 to 34. And there's just 2 guys in that group. Jacob Balmer, you'll be up first. And then Terrell, I think he goes by Terrell, you'll be up second in that group. And I believe Terrell is also with Team Kim. So we're just waiting for word from the judges, and we will go ahead and get to Faye. And they are ready. So we're ready for Faye. Let's go ahead and spotlight Faye. There she is. Hi, Faye. Eh, Okay, you may begin.
Headstand.
Thank you, Faye. Beautiful job. All right, so Faye also had a very difficult routine. She had two 8-point postures, a crane and split arm, both. And I don't actually know what the difficulty is on standing split, so maybe there's even another one. Um, but definitely crane and split arm are 8-point postures. She also started with standing head to knee, as we've seen quite a few people do. It always makes me worried for the athlete because that's such a tricky posture to maintain your balance in, and when people come out first and maybe they're still a little bit jazzed up, a little bit nervous, and they go right to standing head to knee. I'm like, oh, I'm holding my breath for them. But she was really steady in that posture. She's also one of our veterans out there, has competed at the nationals a lot of times, very accomplished. So she just looked like she knew exactly what she was doing in that standing head to knee. Beautiful crane as well. Very nice straight legs on the crane. So I came in at 2 minutes and 52 seconds. Getting close to that 3 minutes, but you get the sense with Faye that she knows where she is at all times. All right, so that wraps up the women 35 to 49. Thank you, ladies. And we are next going to the men 18 to 34 group. And Jacob Balmer is there with Suzanne in Florida. So we are going to find them next and get him ready to go. And I believe the judges are ready. Yes, the judges are ready. So once we get Jacob spotlighted, then he will be up next, and then Terrell will be after Jacob. After these two gentlemen go, we will get to our last group, which is women 18 to 34, and we do have 4 women in that group, starting with Sophia. So Sophia, you should be thinking about your routine in the next 12 minutes or so. Okay, so we have Jacob. Judges are ready. You can give us a bow. Begin, please. Thank you, Jacob. Good job. So it's another routine that I thought was paced really well. He wasn't rushing at all. And I don't know that I've seen Jacob perform before. So this he might be fairly new to it. And nice job if this is one of your first times to really take your time and really pace yourself really well. So that was great. Nice crow, showed a lot of strength there on the crow. Upward stretching, I don't like to call any of these postures like boy postures or lady postures or anything, but you tend to see more ladies doing upward stretching. So it's good to see a guy doing that posture also. Shoulder stand, I also thought was really nice and straight once he hit that shoulder stand, the judgeable position. The in and out were good too, but a nice straight position with the legs and with the torso on the shoulder stand. So very nice. All right, that came in at 2 minutes and 35 seconds. And the judges are ready to go to our final athlete in this group, which is Terrell Harris. And Terrell is right there. Okay, you can give us a bow. Begin, please. Thank you, Terrell. Really good job. Beautiful routine. And before I talk about your routine, we'll just remind everyone that we're going to go to women 18 to 34 next, and Sophia Conine will be starting us off. I believe she's in Florida with Team Suzanne. But let's talk about Terrell a little bit. He did a really nice standing head to knee, did the second attempt, which he should have because he was able to show us a really great standing head to knee once he got there. Both legs really straight and contracted, so that was great. The standing bow, I talked earlier about like that possibility of resetting your clock, and he kept like squeezing deeper and deeper into it. And I'm like, oh, I hope he counts out to 5, and he did. He got to his final position, and he really counted it out. Spine twist, I think, is exceptional. Be interesting to see when the scores go up later what that spine twist gets, but he really twists around and his spine is so straight up and down, and it's really hard for me to find any fault with any of those positions. But what I really like is at the very end, his folding peacock lotus. That's one of the moves that I've been doing for a while, and his peacock position, all three of his peacock positions, I thought were really nice and showed a lot of control too. Sometimes people that try to do that skill, there's so much balance going on when you're folding into lotus, when you're already in the peacock position, which is what makes that an 8. Peacock lotus just directly into it is a 6, but doing the folding while in the posture is what adds the value and makes it an 8. And he did that with so much control. So it's a really good posture to have too, because it checks off some of those characteristics we were talking about. So he came in, let me just catch up here at 2 minutes and 58 seconds, so really getting close there. And the judges are ready for us to go to our final group now, which is women 18 to 34. And we are going to start with Sophia Kanin. So we just need to, I see her out there, just need to spotlight her, and the judges are ready for her. Okay, you can take a bow. And begin, please. Thank you, Sophia. Great job. Another really good standing head to knee, very steady and holding that position, a nice split arm. Sophia got her upper body a little bit lower than some of the split arms we've seen earlier today. Peacock was also pretty good. You want to get that a little more level over time. The side angle I mentioned earlier, that's a pretty tough posture. We've only seen a couple of those today. She went for the second try on that, and then the second try didn't work out either. And I don't think I've mentioned yet today that there's no third try. So after you go for a second try, which you'd be losing half the value, if that also doesn't work out, then it's time to move on. And she did that, which is very wise. A couple of times I've seen athletes go for a fourth try, a fifth try. It's like you're not going to get anything, so just don't wear yourself out and chew up your clock. You gotta keep moving. Okay, so that what came in at 2 minutes and 57 seconds, largely I bet because of that second try. If she had been rehearsing that program, as I know she has, it was probably timing in about 10 seconds less than that, but the second try took some time, especially on a posture like that. It just takes a while to set up. All right, we are down to our final two athletes, even though there are four women in this group. We already saw one of the women, Ananya, earlier today, so we only have two athletes to go. The next person is Mackenzie Keese, and the judges are ready for her, so we can spotlight Mackenzie. And our final athlete will be Medina McKay, so you should be getting ready. We'll be ready for you in about 5 or 6 minutes. All right, let's go to Mackenzie. You can give us a bow. Begin, please. Thank you, Mackenzie. Beautiful routine, really nice sharp positions throughout. Everything's very stretched out. I was noticing in all her postures, the upward stretching, especially very straight legs. And we've seen several of those today. And what you don't want to see is the space between the face and the shins, which is easy to say, but that's what really makes that such a difficult posture. And she got hers in very nice and tight. So good job, Mackenzie. That came in at 2 minutes and 15 seconds, so also very efficient. Really moved quickly there. And we just have one athlete left for the day, and that is going to be Medina McKay. We'll let you know when the judges are ready for you.
Hello.
Hi, Medina. Thanks for being ready.
You are welcome.
Yeah, not yet though. The judges aren't quite ready for you, so I'll let you know.
Oh.
Oh, and now they are. So let's get her spotlighted because she's not spotlighted yet. Okay, we're ready for you now. You can give us a bow. And you may begin. Thank you, McKay. Very good. Or Medina. We might have your name. Which is your first name? It might be backwards on the roster.
Yeah, it's McKay, but it's
McKay. All right. Yeah, they have it backwards on the roster. I was like, make more sense the other way around. Thank you, McKay. Very nice job. So we had Mackenzie and McKay there at the end. So her split arm I thought was nice. A lot of people go low enough, but they don't really have a back bend. And then some people have a back bend, but they don't go low enough. And she put both together. So that's what I liked about that split arm. Spine twist I thought was really exceptional, like super straight spine, very erect, which was really good. We saw another one-legged peacock, which was also a sharp posture. And that last posture, you don't see that one a lot. I might even be blanking out on the name of it. I think it's called Root, and that's in the traction category, and it really shows a lot of interesting flexibility in those ankles and knees. So nice to see a totally different posture that right there at the very, very end. And she came in at 1 minute and 51 seconds. And like I said, that does round us out for the 40 or so athletes that we had today. So congratulations to all the athletes. You all did a great job. We can tell you put a lot of work into your routines and are well on your way to a good performance at nationals. Now, people can always do another qualifier if they want to get maybe the in-person experience as well. So here they are: San Jose, Frisco, Texas, Indianapolis, and Portsmouth, New Hampshire, with that Indianapolis one also having a virtual component at the end. But just by attending a qualifier, you will be able to proceed to nationals, which will be in State College, Pennsylvania again this year. Different building, but same town, and as part of the state games. So we're all looking forward to that. We're looking forward to seeing you go there. And since you competed today, you are qualified but your scores and your ranking throughout the season, so it'll be the running scores throughout all these qualifiers, will determine your performance order when we get to nationals in the end of July, beginning of August. So nationals will be July 31st through August 2nd. And as I mentioned before, since we are part of the state games this time, we will be there with other sports, and we will not be like we were in San Diego off by ourselves, which was nice. It was a very good facility, but we will be adjacent to baton twirling and gymnastics. And I've been talking to the judges about maybe awarding extra skill if you do some baton twirling while you're doing one of your postures, but Lynn doesn't want to hear anything about it. All right. I think at this point, we need to give the judges a little bit of time to get the final scores in and take a look at everything. But I'll wait to get word from them, like what's next in terms of posting scores. And we might be on a little break while we get ready to do that. So for posting the scores, Lynn, if you want to share your screen, we could have Robin stop sharing. Or if you want to send the grid to one of us, we can share. Whatever works. So just let us know, Lynn, if you want to share your screen or if you want to send it to us. So here we are in State College last year. This was last August. I think that this was the medalist picture. We all seem to be having a good time. Here's our USA Yoga board. So we've got Rajashri, Suzanne, Sarah, Judy, myself, Erin, Kim, Libby, Cynthia, and Lynn. So thanks to everyone on the board. So we're just going to work out how we're going to get the scores up for you all. Of course, these will also be posted on USA Yoga. soon as we know when the scoreboard will be ready, we will let you know. Okay, so the grid will be coming up soon. We're just still working on that. And we'll be showing all the athlete scores and your placements, either depending on how tight it is. We're going to do it all at the same time, but we might break it into like 2 different pages or something like that. So just bear with us for a little bit longer while we get that ready to go, and then we'll be able to display everyone's scores so you can see how you did. I always like the qualifiers myself because I want to see how I scored on each posture and just understand like what I need to work on. So that's one of the most important things about the qualifiers is not only to qualify, because we are passing everyone through to nationals that wants to go, but understanding, where I need to do some more work, where maybe I took a deduction that I need to understand that deduction better. If we just showed up and saw each other once a year at the national event, it wouldn't quite feel the same, as opposed to working up to the national event, which is really good. So we might have to promote Jeff to co-host to allow him to share a screen. That could be the problem. So Jeff, I just made you a co-host. I think that will, there it goes. I just did it now. I think that will let you share your screen. And Robin, I think we want you to you can stop sharing now. Okay, here we go. Starting to see some scores now. So what we'll have here for each group, and I guess we'll page through the groups one at a time, is the ranking, their total score, percent difficulty is taking all the postures they did and just looking at the difficulty score of it. So if they did all 10-point postures, which you couldn't even do, that'd be 100%. Anytime you do less than a 10-point posture, your difficulty score is going to go down. And then percent of execution is looking at what they got on a scale from 0 to 10 in terms of their execution. Okay, so let's let them work on this and get those scores up. We saw one person. I don't think we want this one though. Okay, so this is girls 12 to 14. where we had 2 athletes. All right. Next, I guess we'll be going to, we had 1 guy in boys 15 to 17. All right. Next, we'll be moving to girls 15 to 17. After that, we'll be getting into the adults, so starting with Masters men 65 plus. Also, that was a close one. And that was an example where you could see one of them was so much higher. Craig was very high on the difficulty, but Joe was very high on the execution. So balancing those out is what you want. You want to be high on both. Here we are with the women 65 plus. Good job, ladies. Really tight there at the top too. Very close competition there. And we see they're also very close with the difficulty and the execution numbers. But it was the execution that really made the difference. All right, so now we're going to get down into probably the men 50 to 64 is what we'll put up next. And we had Mike and Matt there. Looks like there was a deduction for timing for Matt, so that's that -2 there. Moving right along, we'll go to women 50 to 64 next. So I think we have a mistake with one of the names. It looks like somehow we combined Dominique with one of the gentlemen's names, but and it's not quite in order either. So there might be a problem there with that one that we need to figure out. That didn't quite draw that ranking grid correctly. Maybe try that again for women 50 to 64. Because we should have Dominique, Barbara, Leon. And I guess Donna's in that group too. Okay, maybe we'll move to the next group and see if we can figure out that grid next at the end. So then we'll get to men 35 to 49. So we had Vaughn and Sean. So Vaughn breaking 40, really, really good there with high difficulty and high execution. Excellent job. And Sean's score is very high as well. You know, anytime you're into the mid 30s, you're doing really well in the sport. 40 is where you get into the really upper elite scores. Okay, it'll be women 35 to 49 should be next. All right, and we have Marcia, our reigning champion there, breaking, I can't quite see, is that 45 or 46? It's a little small for me, but mid 40s anyway, which I think is one of her higher scores. So great job, Marcia. Let's leave this one up. This was our biggest group, so let's leave it up for another. Oh, great, great. 46, yeah. Couldn't quite tell if that was a 5 or a 6. Excellent. Let's leave this one up for a minute just because there's a lot to look at here. And we also have you know, a lot of athletes from this group in the 30s. You see some of the timing, the timing deductions coming in. And then also when you see an N, that will tell you that it was a no posture. So they either fell out of the posture and didn't retry it or weren't in the posture long enough to get a score. So that can really mix things up when you're counting on those 6 or 7 points. at this level for one of your postures and you don't pull it off. That's why I was saying putting points on the board is so important. And you can see some scores really go down quickly when you end up with a couple of no postures. Doesn't mean you don't keep working on them though, because we all start with not being able to do whatever the posture is. One-armed handstand, like nobody does that the first time they try. All right, I think we can move on to our last couple of groups, which would be, I guess it'd be men. No, we already did the men. So it would be women 35 to 49. Or no, we just did that. Getting into the 18 to 34 now. So probably the men first. All right, so we have Terrell and Jacob. Pretty close one as well. And then our final group, the group we just saw, is women 18 to 34. And good job to all of those ladies as well. Some really good execution there from our winner in this group, Mackenzie, way up there at 84%. And she took a time deduction too, so that could have even been a little bit higher. So she'll want to see which posture took that time deduction. Okay, so I think that really wraps us up. Like I mentioned, you do want to see your scores on every posture, so that version of the grid will be going up on the website as soon as we can get it up there. I know you'll look anyway, but if you had any idea of not looking, you got to analyze each of your postures and see if you got a timing deduction somewhere. See if something came out lower than what you're used to, and then really scrutinize it to figure out, why are you taking that deduction? Talk to your coach, talk to your fellow athlete. What could have been better about that posture? All right, I think with that, we've gotten to all our athletes. We've gotten to the scores. I think I thanked everyone. So thanks again if I forgot to thank anybody. And you know what's going on with a lot of our other programming throughout the season. So unless somebody else out there has something they need to jump in and remind us, I think we're going to call that a wrap. And we'll be seeing you at the next competition. Have a good weekend, everybody. All right, you guys, I'm taking off. Have a good weekend. I'm gonna also end the webinar unless you guys need me not to.